terrifying. The deepest vertical drop inside of a cave. If you were unfortunate enough to be in this cave and fall down this hole, the fall would be higher up than falling from the top of the One World Trade Center in New York, and the fall would take you over 11 seconds before hitting the bottom. Even further down though, at 700 meters, is where the Chilean miners were trapped at for 69 days back in 2010. 970 meters down is the deepest hole ever dug that still has an open sky above it, the Bingham Canyon open pit mine in Utah. This pit is so deep that you could place the tallest building in the entire world in the center and still have over 100 more meters to the surface. Much further down at 1,410 meters though is where the deepest ever held happened by the band Agonizer in Finland. 1,642 meters down is the depth of the deepest lake on Earth, Lake Baikal in Russia, and 1,857 meters down is the deepest part of the Grand Canyon. The deepest known cave on Earth is located 2,197 meters beneath the surface in Georgia, but the deepest hole that you could actually fall into goes way deeper than even this. All the way down at 3,132 meters is the bottom of the Moab Kotsong mine shaft in South Africa. Taking the elevator takes 4.5 minutes to reach the bottom, but if you fell into it from the top, it would take you 25 entire seconds for you to hit the bottom and think about what you've just done. Long enough to receive and miss an entire phone call. Even further down at 3,600 meters is the deepest point that a multicellular organism has been found alive, this freaky looking worm. But human beings themselves have been even deeper than this. 4,000 meters down, deepest part of the deepest mine on Earth, also located in South Africa. The trip from the surface down to the bottom takes over an hour to complete, and the temperature at the bottom can reach a sweltering 66 degrees Celsius. 6,000 meters is the average depth of the oceanic crust beneath the ocean floor. Way down at 8,848 meters is the height of Mount Everest if it were placed underground instead. 10,994 meters down is the bottom of the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean. I already covered the depth of the ocean in another video, but unbelievably, humans have actually dug down significantly deeper than even this. For reference about what's next, 11,887 meters is the average altitude that a commercial airliner flies at, but deeper than that, at 12,262 meters is the depth of the Kola Super Deep Borehole, a project where the Soviet Union attempted to drill all the way through the Earth's crust. They only reached a third of the way there though, because the temperature at this depth reached 180 degrees Celsius, which was too hot for the drill to continue operating any further. The hole is also only 23 centimeters wide, so luckily you can't accidentally fall into it. If you dropped a quarter down the shaft though, it would take about 50 seconds before it hit the bottom. Recently, however, this depth has been surpassed by the Z44 Shavio oil and gas well, which has drilled down to a depth of 12,376 meters. That's the equivalent of stacking 15 Burj Khalifas on top of each other, and currently represents the deepest hole that humanity has ever dug. The crust, however, can extend 70,000 meters below the Earth's surface, and the planet's center is located 6,371 kilometers down. If the surface of the Earth is Lisbon, Portugal, and the planet's center is Astana, Kazakhstan, then humanity so far has just ventured this tiny insig with modern-day technology. Let's say that we start somewhere on the Earth's surface and just start digging from there. Not too far down at 1.8 meters, and we arrive at the standard grave depth in Western culture, so if you're afraid of zombies, this is how far down they'll be coming from. 4 meters down, and we arrive at the depth that Pharaoh Tutankhamun's tomb was discovered at. A little further, at 6 meters below the surface, we've reached the maximum depth that metal detectors can pick up signals from. At 12 meters, we can find the deepest burrows dug by animals, the Nile crocodile. A little further down, at 20 and we arrive at the depth of the Paris catacombs beneath the city of Paris, a tomb that holds the remains of over 6 million people. Double that distance to 40 meters down and we can see the deepest swimming pool in the world. If you drained this pool and jumped into it from the top, it would take nearly 3 seconds before you would hit the bottom. 100 meters down is the usual distance that governments bury their nuclear waste at. And just beneath that, at 105.5 meters down, is the deepest metro station in the world, located in Kiev. Moving on to 122 meters down, and we see the deepest known point that a plant's roots have ever reached, a fig tree in South Africa. 220 meters down, and we arrive at the deepest river in the world, the Congo River in Africa. Beyond that, at 240 meters, you can ride through the deepest tunnel in the world that connects the Japanese islands of Honshu and Hokkaido. But at 287 meters down, you can drive through the deepest road tunnel in the world in Norway. 305 meters down, and you would still be vulnerable to the B-82 Earth-penetrating nuclear warhead, which can destroy structures up to this depth beneath the surface. Incredibly though, at 392 meters, we arrive at the deepest well and possibly deepest hole ever dug by hand. This is the Woodingdean Waterway, UK, and it was dug all the way back in 1862. At 603 meters down, we arrive at something terrifying, the deepest vertical drop inside of a cave. If you were unfortunate enough to be in this cave and fall down this hole, the fall would be higher up than falling from the top of the One World Trade Center in New York, and the fall would take you over 11 seconds before hitting the bottom. Even further down though, at 700 meters, is where the miners were trapped at for 69 days back in 2010. 970 meters down is the deepest hole ever dug that still has an open sky above it, the Bingham Canyon open pit mine in Utah. This pit is so deep that you could place the tallest building in the entire world in the center and still have over 100 more meters to the surface. Much further down at 1,410 meters though is where the deepest concert ever held happened by the band Agonize in Finland. 1,642 meters down is the depth of the deepest lake on Earth, Lake Baikal in Russia, and 1,857 meters down is the deepest part of the Grand Canyon. The deepest known cave on Earth is located 2,197 meters beneath the surface in Georgia, but the deepest hole that you could actually fall into goes way deeper than even this. All the way down 3,132 meters is the bottom of the Moab Kotsong mine shaft in South Africa. Taking the elevator takes 4.5 minutes to reach the bottom, but if you fell into it from the top, it would take you 25 entire seconds for you to hit the bottom and think about what you've just done. Long enough to receive and miss an entire phone call. Even further down at 3,600 meters is the deepest point that a multicellular organism has been found alive. This freaky-looking worm. But human beings themselves have been even deeper than this. 4,000 meters down is the deepest part of the deepest mine on Earth, also located in South Africa. The trip from the surface down to the bottom takes over an hour to complete, and the temperature at the bottom can reach a sweltering 66 degrees Celsius. 6,000 meters is the average depth of the oceanic crust beneath the ocean floor. Way down at 8,848 meters is the height of Mount Everest if it were placed underground instead. 10,994 meters down is the bottom of the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean. I already covered the depth of the ocean in another video, but unbelievably, humans have actually dug down significantly deeper than even this. For reference about what's next, 11,887 meters is the average altitude that a commercial airliner flies at, but deeper than that, at 12,262 meters is the depth of the Kola Super Deep Borehole, a project where the Soviet Union attempted to drill all the way through the Earth's crust. They only reached a third of the way there though, because the temperature at this depth reached 180 degrees Celsius, which was too hot for the drill to continue operating any further. The hole is also only 23 centimeters wide. So luckily you can't accidentally fall into it. If you dropped a quarter down the shaft though, it would take about 50 seconds before it hit the bottom. Recently, however, this depth has been surpassed by the Z44 Shavio oil and gas well, which has drilled down to a depth of 12,376 meters. That's the equivalent of stacking 15 on top of each other, and currently represents the deepest hole that humanity has ever dug. The crust, however, can extend down to 70,000 meters below the Earth's surface, and the planet's center is located 6,371 kilometers down. If the surface of the Earth is Lisbon, Portugal, and the planet's center is Astana, Kazakhstan, Humanity so far has just ventured this tiny insig with modern-day technology. Let's say that we start somewhere on the Earth's surface and just start digging from there. Not too far down at 1.8 meters, and we arrive at the standard grave depth in Western culture. So if you're afraid of zombies, this is how far down they'll be coming from. 4 meters down, and we arrive at the depth that Pharaoh Tutankhamun was discovered at. A little further at 6 meters below the surface, we reach the maximum depth that metal detectors can pick up signals from. At 12 meters, we can find the deepest burrows dug by animals, the Nile crocodile. A little further down at 20 meters, and we arrive at the depth of the Paris catacombs beneath the city of Paris, a tomb that the remains of over 6 million people. Double that distance to 40 meters down and we can see the deepest swimming pool in the world. If you drained this pool and jumped into it from the top, it would take nearly 3 seconds before you would hit the bottom. 100 meters down is the usual distance that governments bury their nuclear waste at, and beneath that, at 105.5 meters down, is the deepest metro station in the world, located in Kiev. Moving on to 122 meters down, and we see the deepest known point that a plant's roots have ever reached, a fig tree in South Africa. 220 meters down, and we arrive at the deepest river in the world, the Congo River in Africa. Beyond that, at 240 meters, you can ride the deepest railway tunnel in the world that connects the Japanese islands of Honshu and Hokkaido. But at 287 meters down, you can drive through the deepest road tunnel in the world in Norway. 305 meters down, and you would still be vulnerable to the B-82 Earth-penetrating nuclear warhead, which can destroy structures up to this depth beneath the surface. Incredibly though, at 392 meters, we arrive at the deepest well and possibly deepest hole ever dug by hand. This is the Woodingdean well in the UK, and it was dug all the way back in 1862. At 603 meters down, we arrive at something terrifying, the deepest vertical drop inside of a cave. If you were unfortunate enough to be in this cave and fall down this hole, the fall would be higher up than falling from the top of the One World Trade Center in New York, and the fall would take you over 11 seconds before hitting the bottom. Even further down though, at 700 meters, is where the Chilean miners were trapped at for 6 days back in 2010. 970 meters down is the deepest hole ever dug that still has an open sky above it, the Bingham Canyon open pit mine in Utah. This pit is so deep that you could place the tallest building in the entire world in the center and still have over 100 more meters to the surface. Much further down at 1,410 meters though is where the deepest concert ever held by the band Agonizer in Finland. 1,642 meters down is the depth of the deepest lake on Earth, Lake Baikal in Russia, and 1,857 meters down is the deepest part of the Grand Canyon. The deepest known cave on Earth is located 2,197 meters beneath the surface in Georgia, but the deepest hole that you could actually fall into goes way deeper than even this. All the down at 3,132 meters is the bottom of the Moab Katsang mine shaft in South Africa. Taking the elevator takes 4.5 minutes to reach the bottom, but if you fell into it from the top, it would take you 25 entire seconds for you to hit the bottom and think about what you've just done. Long enough to receive and miss an entire phone call. Even further down at 3,600 meters is the deepest point that a multicellular organism has been found alive. This freaky-looking worm. But human beings themselves have been even deeper than this. 4,000 meters down is the deepest part of the deepest mine on Earth, also located in South Africa. The trip from the surface down to the bottom takes over an hour to complete, and the temperature at the bottom can reach a sweltering 66 degrees Celsius. 6,000 meters is the average depth of the oceanic crust beneath the ocean floor. Way down at 8,848 meters is the height of Mount Everest if it were placed underground instead. 10,994 meters down is the bottom of the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean. I already covered the depth of the ocean in another video, but unbelievably, humans have actually dug down significantly deeper than even this. For reference about what's next, 11,887 meters is the average altitude that a commercial airliner flies at. But deeper than that, at 12,262 meters is the depth of the Kola Super Deep Borehole, a project where the Soviet Union attempted to drill all the way through the Earth's crust. They only reached a third of the way there though, because the temperature at this depth reached 180 degrees Celsius, which was too hot for the drill to continue operating any further. The hole is also only 23 centimeters wide. So luckily you can't accidentally fall into it. If you dropped a quarter down the shaft though, it would take about 50 seconds before it hit the bottom. Recently, however, this depth has been surpassed by the Z44 Shavio oil and gas well, which has drilled down to a depth of 12,376 meters. That's the equivalent of stacking 15 Burj Khalifas on top of each other, and currently represents the deepest hole that humanity has ever dug. The crust, however, can extend down to 70,000 meters below the Earth's surface, and the planet's center is located 6,371 kilometers down. If the surface of the Earth is
there, all right?
It's down at Kazakhstan, and humanity so far has just ventured this tiny, integrated with modern-day technology. Let's see.
So I'm going to start to read out the prophecy there. Alright, so right now New York is freezing to death right now in New York. Alright? So I'm going to tell you all the prophecy that Yahuwah gave me, that Yahuwah actually spoken over the live on the 21st of January 2019. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? This is what Yahuwah started to say. Are you ready to be taken up? Alright? Are you ready? Are you ready, children of Zion? Are you ready? Are you ready to be taken up? Now, we will deal with the Caribbean islands. Now, we will deal with the world. We will bring judgment upon them. And the judgment that will come upon them will be swift. It will be swift judgment upon them. It will be swift judgment upon them. It will be swift judgment upon them. All those who hate us, Elohim, will suffer in consequences for all the evil things that they have done against us. And in this, and in this time, they will know that I, Yahuwah, that I show this great sign, and they will know that I, Yahuwah, I who speak it, and they will know that I, Yahuwah, I who speak it, and they will know that I, Yahuwah, who speak it, but they will know that Archangel Samuel is indeed my divine messenger. that all others are false, that all others are false. All the psychics in Trinidad, the Caribbean islands, all those who consider themselves as psychics or any mediums, they are false. By this sign that I will show, that they shall know that I am Yah. Now it's about a lot of pages, so I'm just turn the page. I am Yahuwah El Elyon. I spoken to all generation. I have spoken to all generation. I have given my word of confirmation. All those that belong to us will come home soon. You will come home soon. The ring that I will place around the moon will be of a covenant. It will be the covenant that I will establish with the Gentiles and with Israel. And to the ones that are set apart, that Archangel Samuel has gathered. The moon will turn black, which already happened on the 21st of January 2019, and it will turn red thereafter. This is my judgment. This is my judgment to the Caribbean islands. And all those who don't listen to Archangel Samuel will suffer the consequences of what is to come. All those that want to run behind the psychics, the mediums, and all those who want to run behind religions and traditions. All those who do not seek the heart of Yah, but seek the heart of men, they will be brought into complete condemnation. I am Yah, that is my name. The hour of unspeakable judgments is coming. Now this is Mama Imaya, Ruach HaKodosha. This is her words to all generations. This is her words to all generations. All those who do not want to hear or hear what Mama Imaya is about to speak, then you are already condemned. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom to all angels, in flesh, to all angels, to the ones that do not know who they are, to the ones who do not know who we are Elohim, the triune eternal family. We are your true creators. We are your love. We are your heart. We are your protectors. We are your creators, your providers. We provide for you. will set your path straight. But we have seen too much evil upon the earth. Too much evil taking place upon the earth. The tribe of Benjamin, which is the Caribbean islands, all the Caribbean islands is the tribe of Benjamin, have sinned against us, Elohim. The tribe of Benjamin has blasphemed against us. We will bring judgment upon all the tribes, all tongues, all nations, all creed, and all races. We will declare our judgment as soon as we have completed with this eclipse. We will rain down our judgment on this earth, and we will bring it quickly upon the Caribbean islands. All those who will witness this lunar eclipse, all of you who witness this solar lunar eclipse, but the whole world were warned by Archangel Samuel as they were warned by Noah, and no one listened. Wow, there's plenty. Everyone run behind the psychics. Everyone run behind the pastors, the prophets, the deacons, and all of them in the churches. They are going to bring them to an end, to an open shame. And all the schemes and all the lies will be exposed. The world will see the shame. I wonder if Sister Wati remember this prophecy that Mama spoke the night. Anybody remember this when Mama spoke it the night? All those who reject Archangel Samuel and the words that we speak through him, all those that reject his words, just remember, the world will see the shame of all those who reject Archangel Samuel, all those who mock and scoff at Archangel Samuel. The world will see the shame. And on that day, and whom on that day, there will be, on that day, there will be nowhere to run. Even your shame will run from you. Even your shame will flee from you. This is the final hour. When unspeakable judgment will come upon the earth. Remember that we have declared our judgment, and we have decreed it upon all people. In the Caribbean islands, even all those that are outside of the ark, those following certain churches will be condemned when that day comes. Let me see what you have here again. Given dreams and visions, as I've already told you all through recent prophecies, Yahweh give dreams and visions for a lot of people. A lot of people receive dreams and visions. We give you dreams and visions to try and open your heart to understand our ways. You have had dreams of mega tsunamis occurring in Trinidad. Trinidadians had a lot of dreams of tsunamis. They had a lot of dreams of earthquakes. They had a lot of dreams. A lot of dreams of tsunamis, a lot of dreams of earthquakes, and even dreams of fireballs, even dreams of tornadoes touching down in Trinidad as well as different islands. We showed you what was our plan. That was the purpose for the dreams and the visions, was to show everybody who have dreams now and getting visions about the end time, that it was to show them what is the plan, alright, how the plans will unfold for all the islands and every part of the earth. 3 days before the lunar solar eclipse, a lot of you all received dreams and visions as well. And most of you never ever reached out to Archangel Samuel to express your dreams, to get revelation of your dreams. Instead, you turn to the psychic witch. Exactly what Mama said here. Instead that they turn to Archangel Samuel, they turn to the psychic witch, Devika, psychic in Trinidad. And they believe in the lies of the fallen angels or the words that are spoken through her. And now you continue to believe in that mistress of Lucifer, mistress of Lucifer, Devika. Hence, the reason why all of you will be brought under judgment. Well, here, why judgment come upon the Caribbean islands? Who is the one that invoked Devika? And all of your shame will flee from you on that great day. And on that day is joy so very near. So Mama have a thing, Elohim have a thing against Devika. They have against Devika, against all the psychics, the old woman, all of them who work in witchcraft, all of them who speak in prophecies from Archangel Samuel, all of them who speak in words that they have no idea what it's about, and all of them who take in the words of Yah context and put it into their own words. Thereafter, a curse will surely come upon all those who reject righteousness of Elohim, spoken to Archangel Samuel. Because you refuse to be obedient, hence the reason why judgment will come quickly upon you. Listen carefully and listen very well, Caribbean people, because you refuse all of these things, because you refuse the righteousness or the standard of your creators. Hence the reason why judgment will come upon you, because you love religion and you love the tradition and refuse to reject this Babylon system that was created by the Illuminati. Because of that, hence the reason why that day of judgment is drawing near. And on that great day, I will reject you, and you will be no priest to me, neither will be your fruits, which is your children or your offsprings, will be any priest to me. We'll go to our next page. Jesus Christ, Allah, Buddha, Krishna, Parvati, all the idols that the world worship, adore, and love. And all of you who love all the idols of this earth, Jesus Christ is your enemy. Receive you. Now get ready, which was said 10 times. Get ready, get ready, get ready. Now this will be Yahushua speaking, because Mama Imaya has ended the sentence by saying, I will not receive you unless if you reject religions and traditions. So all those who promoted religion are saying that religion is good and you need to be in a religion, no. When that day of judgment comes, you will have no rescue or no savior or nobody coming to help you or your family, because you reject the righteousness that Archangel Samuel has spoken. Now get ready. Yahushua spoke 10 times. Those who mock and scoff and say, all those who mock and scoff, let them continue to mock and scoff. Let them continue to laugh. That is of no concern to us. If Jason Kanahai is the guy from Research Nick, want to continue to laugh, let them continue to laugh. We will destroy all of them. All of them, they will be wiped off of the earth. No one will remember them. Their existence will be like the winds that the chaff drive it away in 7 different directions. Only one to mock and scoff and laugh. To do so now, do so as it is in your free will to do as whatever as you please. So while the moon is shifting into position, on that night, the solar eclipse was seen in places that wasn't scheduled to be seen. So all these other places that wasn't scheduled to see the blood moon saw it. So all those other places that didn't have or scheduled to see the blood moon, they saw it because the position of the moon switched on that lunar eclipse night when the blood moon occurred throughout the Caribbean islands. Because Trinidad got front row seat to firstly see the lunar eclipse, and that was a major sign for everyone who living in the Caribbean islands, as that was a prophecy that Elohim has given recently, sometime last year. So while the shifting or position was going on of moon, different positions, the foundation stone ruby took in effect to shade the moon. And while that happened, the moon became black as sackcloth. There is a scripture that speaks about this, that the moon will become as blood on that great day. And the moon will become black as sackcloth, black as ashes. And while Ruby was shifting into her position, now this is Yahushua in here. After this is done, you are done for the world. And he continued to say, let them laugh, let them mock and scoff. This is the way every generation has become. This is the way they are now. This is what this generation has become. Let them go. Listen to the psychics, to the mediums, to the false prophets. Let them confide in the unrighteous ones on the earth, whose partakers of the workers of iniquity, the evil ones, the ones who do enslave all of humanity. Let them go run to them for what is about to unfold upon them. Let them run to them when I bring destruction upon them. Jason and I works for you, seismic science, who works for them. They know exactly who Archangel Samuel is. They know exactly who Archangel Samuel is. messenger. They know that. They truly know that. They want you, the public, to remain blind. To remain blind. You remain blind. You remain blind. You remain blind. Signs that we have shown everyone in the Caribbean islands and throughout the earth. We will cut each and every one of those who hate Archangel Samuel off this earth. As that day approaches, now we will get this completed. The evil ones have no shame. They don't care about humanity. They never did in the first place. Neither do they want to care. And all they in the Caribbean islands, especially in Trinidad, all they are studying now is carnival. Carnival, carnival, carnival. We will wipe them off the face of this earth. I, Yahushua, decree that all who mock and scoff at us and make a mockery out of the words that we speak to Archangel Samuel, that we will bring them to a real heap. Beginning today, the 21st of January, henceforth, after this day and forward, we will begin our judgment. You are in the final hour. And now, the enemy has already we will begin our judgment upon America, the Caribbean islands, Saudi Arabia, the Philippines, Indonesia, Canada, Guatemala, and all other islands within the regions of the Caribbean and the Atlantic Basin. And now it has begun, as the blood moon has ended. America is already shut down. America is already shut down. Now all other nations will take pattern in exactly to what America has done. all other nations fall under the same category and the same pattern of what is taking place in America. It will spread like wildfire as what is already unfolding in Venezuela, Brazil, and Mexico. And soon as they will call martial law upon all islands. And eventually it will be a worldwide chaos unfolding that is going to break out worldwide by February 5th, 2019, a worldwide economic collapse. Everything is going to collapse thereafter the 5th. Just as like a domino effect. Everything is going to collapse. One by one. Limb by limb. Alright guys, that is the prophecy that was spoken over the live on the 21st of January 2019. There are other prophecies which I wouldn't release yet. There are other prophecies that I wouldn't release as yet. But I want the words that Yahushua, Imaya, and Abba Yahuwah have spoken this evening to you. I want you to synchronize in your spirit, synchronize in your heart right about now. So you can sink to the depths of your heart right now. And just open your heart for a second. Just think. Just think. If you're not in correct standing with Elohim, just know what's going to happen. So here we're just going to talk about this, and then we're going to wrap up the program. For today, we're already coming to 1 hour. I want to keep it 1 hour. Alright? There's not much to even say anymore to people because nobody's not listening. Alright? Nobody is listening. Alright? So, one of the things I want to ask people right now. What is your understanding? People are not listening to me, they will run to the sidekicks and all sort of thing. But I just want to discuss something about Venezuela and Trinidad, what's really taking place right now in Trinidad. What is actually taking place in Trinidad as of right now, folks, what's actually taking place in Trinidad as of right now is the fact that kidnapping is going on in Trinidad, alright, that is elite controlled. Elites, guys, the elites, as I said last night before, last year, 2017, 2016, what would have happened in the Caribbean island, what is already unfolding right now. So as we speak right now, America they're making news to bring judgment, so to speak, bring judgment, but they're going to bring judgment. They're going to release it upon the Caribbean islands. So as of right now, you have Nicolas Maduro, and you have Trinidad Prime Minister, you have different people supporting the agenda of the Illuminati. So what actually going on with the people in Trinidad is where they're beginning to get desperate. Now listen to me very carefully. Now, what I'm saying is that the people of the Caribbean islands has become desperate. Although they already have, let's say, the necessary water, food, water, they already have food and water and clothing, housing, all those necessary things to survive. Venezuela, there has been an ongoing coup in Venezuela for a very long time. Since 2017, there have been a coup happening in Venezuela, and nobody was actually pushing their attention towards Venezuela. Everybody was pushing their attention to different agendas that the Illuminati created. Now there are people who will talk about certain aspects of politics. Elohim will support politics because the same politicians who people supporting, who people believing in, who people trusting in, is the same one who already sold out to the agenda of the Illuminati in order to continue the upliftment of the agenda, to continue the agenda of the evil ones in the earth. Now this destruction is very huge. This deception is very huge. The people in the Caribbean islands is buying this nonsense. They believe that Venezuela is going to war with USA and Russia, but let Archangel Samuel tell you what will truly unfold. What is that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, he's trying to push up himself to the UN. Now listen. This is a deep destruction. A deep deception that the people not opening their eyes to see what is really going on. Now in your eyes, you might believe there is a war between different groups, Russia and America, but there's no war between those countries. It's called a turf war. It's something called a turf war. A turf war is when a country has a certain resource that other enemy wants, so to speak. Venezuela have a resource of oil, which is 75% higher than all the other regions like the U.S. The U.S. have at least 23% oil, but Venezuela have the highest percentage of drums of oil you can actually get on the earth. Venezuela have the highest rating for oil reserves on the entire earth. What I'm saying is that Nicolas Maduro is in the Illuminati, yes. Now, before they did try to take him out in 2018 last year, they tried to kill Nicolas Maduro to take over the position. But I won't go deep into it because when I talk certain things, people will understand what I'm saying. So I don't want to go too deep to confuse people. I just want to give you an idea of what I'm actually explaining to you all without bringing out the real deep facts of the reception that's going on. Nicolas Maduro already sold out to the Illuminati. No one, listen to me, no one in government, nobody in government. And also you should know as well, there's no Rothschild's banks in Venezuela. That is the reason why the economy in Venezuela collapsed. It collapsed because it couldn't run on its own resources. That is the reason why, folks, Nicolas Maduro already sold out to the Illuminati. No, he's not a clone. He has to keep up this resilience of looking at if it's war going to break out. But there's that war that is going to break out. We're talking about World War III. Now, you might say World War III going to begin in the Middle East. That's still war. What Israel is doing in the Middle East is called a turf war. What U.S. is about to do in the Caribbean islands, it is a suicide mission. What they're going to do is not war against each other, but war against the people in the Caribbean islands who will rebel against the laws that are going to bring in a couple of days from now. Now I told you all, civil war is what is coming. Now as Yahushua said, if they don't want to continue to laugh, mock and scoff, they can do that as well. That is in their free will to do so. They're going to destroy the Caribbean islands with nukes. That is in order to get to Yahushua. Because folks, if anybody remember Archangel Samuel saying in 2018, Yahushua returns in 2019. And the reason why Russia going to gather with Venezuela and the US, it will look like if the US really going to Russia, but at the end of the day, all of them is allies. All of them is together, folks. You ever see Russia fighting war against the US? No, folks. The war that you see happening in the Middle East is called a turf war. It's a war with different countries. Well, I say countries, but continents, so to speak. It is a war. In the war in Israel in the Middle East is a turf war where they want land. Where they want land. They want turf. Certain turfs. You know what I mean? They want certain turfs in Israel, like in the Middle East, guys. But we're talking about the Caribbean island. People pushing this agenda as if there will be a war between Venezuela and America. No. You see, they make it look to you as though the going to war with USA. But the agenda is to destroy the Caribbean island. The agenda is not a war against each other. The agenda is for turf war. They're setting up boundaries. They're setting up barriers, getting prepared for civil war, which will eventually erupt into the World War III. Now, there's a lot of Christian fanatics out there talking about World War III will be this and that. They have no idea what World War III will be. Because World War III is the end of the earth. The end of the earth. World War III will be the end. And World War III is not a natural war where they fight against one another. Whoa. What you see in the movie is a deception. What you see in the movie with this one fighting against this one is a turf war. World War III is Armageddon war. Armageddon is the end of the world. We're not understanding what's going on, right? We're not opening all their eyes. You think that these countries, that Russia are going to fight against the US, is against us? Oh my gosh, the people are so blasted, blind, and brainwashed. It's so sad that they can't see that the war is not against the enemies themselves, but the war is against those who rise up against them. Remember saying, we're not going and fight against each other. That war is between us. Wow! People can't see that. That is the reason why the Prime Minister went into the UN. Wow, you all are so friggin' brainwashed. The enemies will never fight against themselves. The enemy will never fight against themselves. That was against us, folks. They want us dead. Fallen angels. Russia already get cue from the Illuminati. Listen very carefully to what Archangel Samuel teaching you. The Illuminati already give Russia clue. Go after the Caribbean island. Those are the places that will be destroyed first by that mega tsunami. But before that tsunami happens, we will move into the byways and to the highways. Nicolas Maduro already in the Illuminati. Hey, if something was to happen in Venezuela today or tomorrow, he will escape. You hear what I'm saying? That's the reason why the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago ran to the UN, because he wants to secure himself. Because when this war break out in the Caribbean islands, it will be against the kingdom of the Most High and the kingdom of darkness. If something was to happen in Venezuela today or tomorrow, Nicolas Maduro and his wife and his family, they will escape without even a scratch. You know why? Because they already sold out. So they have to put it in your mind. Hey, we're going to fight war. Just like what you see in there. It looks like if he got into fight against USA, because it's looking, they were pushing the agenda. They're pushing the agenda of war in you. You believe, folks. You believe in your heart that Russia will fight against the US in war. That is the agenda they want you to believe. And you believe that without a shadow of doctrine. That it is indeed an agenda by the Illuminati to wipe us out. So when you actually think that they're going to battle against each other, it's we they're coming at. All I'm saying. Are you awakened yet? They're coming for us. Russia will never fight against the US. They are allies, they are brothers, they are sisters. They are all in this one world, new world, one world government agenda. Trinidad and Tobago deep in this occult. Trinidad and Tobago is deep. The government of Trinidad and Tobago is deep in this occult practice that's going on. And they already sold out the people of Trinidad. They already sold out. For example, look how much accidents just happening in Trinidad. Is it a coincidence? All of a sudden, every single day there are accidents happening on the highway. Am I making sense to you? Do you have on the full armor of Elohim in this hour? That is the reason why when they are about to start this war between us, we will go up. We will transform. The purpose of the tsunami that will happen in Venezuela and wipe out half of Trinidad is to protect us, the righteous ones. It's to protect us from the agenda that they're about to execute. When Russia and Venezuela gather together, the U.S. embassy and the U.S. allies, they will move it quickly in Trinidad. You hear what I'm saying? That is the agenda. So when the war is about to break out between us and them, Yahushua will come. We will be raptured up, and the tsunami will block the tsunami will be so high that it will block the transformation from happening, so that they don't launch a missile at me when we are about to transform. Now what I'm saying here might sound unbelievable to you, but nobody on the earth knows exactly. And also you should know as well, there's no Rothschild's banks in Venezuela. That is the reason why the economy in Venezuela collapsed. It collapsed because it couldn't run on its own resources. That is the reason why, folks, Nicolas Maduro already sold out to the Illuminati. No, he's not a clone. He has to keep up this resistance, looking like if it's war going to break out. But there's that war that is going to break out. We're talking about World War III. Now, you might say World War III going to begin in the Middle East. That's still war. What Israel is doing in the Middle East is called a turf war. What US is about to do in the Caribbean islands, it is a suicide mission. What they're going to do is not war against each other, but war against the people in the Caribbean islands who will rebel against the laws that they're going to bring in a couple of days from now. That I told you all, civil war is what is coming. Now, I say, if people want to continue to laugh, mock and scoff, they can do that as well. That is in their free will to do so. They're going to destroy the Caribbean islands with nukes. That is in order to get to Yahushua. Because folks, if anybody remember Archangel Samuel saying in 2017, 2018, Yahushua returns in 2019. Hence the reason why Russia going to gather with Venezuela, and the US, it will look like if the US really going to war with Russia, but at the end of the day, all of them is allies. All of them is together, folks. You ever see Russia fighting war against the US? No, folks. The war that you see happening in the Middle East is called a turf war. It's a war with different countries. Well, I say countries, but continents, so to speak. It is a war. The war in Israel in the Middle East is a turf war where they want land. They want turf, certain turfs. You know what I mean? They want certain turfs in Israel, like the Middle East, guys. But we're talking about the Caribbean island. People pushing this agenda as if there would be a war between Venezuela and America. No. You see, they make it look to you as though they're going to war with the USA. But the agenda is to destroy the Caribbean island. The agenda is not a war against each other. The agenda is for turf war. They're setting up boundaries. They're setting up barriers, getting prepared for civil war, which will eventually erupt into the World War III. Now, there's a lot of Christian fanatics out there talking about World War III will be this and that. They have no idea what World War III will be. Because, guys, World War III is the end of the earth. The end of the earth. World War III will be the end. And World War III is not a natural war where they fight against one another. No. What you see in the movie is a deception. You hear what I tell you? What you see in the movie with this one fighting against this one is a turf war. World War III is Armageddon war. Armageddon is the end of the world. I don't understand what's going on, right? I'm not opening all your eyes. You think that these countries that Russia are going to fight against the US is against us. Oh my gosh, the people is so blasted, blind and brainwashed. It's so sad that they can't see that the war is not against the enemies themselves, but the war is against those who will rise up against them. And I hear about saying, we're not going and fight against each other. That war is between us. Wow! People can't see that. That is the reason why the Prime Minister Tobago went into the UN. Wow, you all are so friggin' brainwashed. The enemies will never fight against themselves. The enemy will never fight against himself. That war is against us, folks. They want us dead. Fallen angels. Russia already get killed from the Illuminati. Listen very carefully to what Archangel Samuel teaching you. The Illuminati already give Russia clue. Go after the Caribbean island. Those are the places that will be destroyed first by that mega tsunami. But before the tsunami happens, we will move into the byways and to the highways. Nicolas Maduro already in the Illuminati. Hey, if something was to happen in Venezuela today or tomorrow, he will escape. You hear what I'm saying? That is the reason why the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago ran to the UN, because he wanted to secure himself. Because when this war break out in the Caribbean Islands, it will be against the kingdom of the Most High and the kingdom of darkness. If something was to happen in Venezuela today or tomorrow, Nicolas Maduro and his wife and his family, they will escape without even a scratch. You know why? Because they already sold out. So they have to put it in your mind, hey, we're going to fight war. Just like what you're seeing there. It looks like if we gather into fight against USA, because it's looking, they want to push in the agenda. They're pushing the agenda of war in you. You believe in, folks. You believe in your heart that Russia will fight against the US in war. The agenda they want you to believe. And you believe that without a shadow of doctrine. That it is indeed an agenda by the Illuminati to wipe us out. So when you actually think that they're going to battle against each other, it's we they're coming at. All that's all I'm saying. Are you awakened yet? They're coming for us. Russia will never fight against the US. They are allies, they are brothers, they are sisters. All in this one world, new world, one world government agenda. Trinidad and Tobago deep in this occult. Trinidad and Tobago is deep. The government of Trinidad and Tobago is deep in this occult practice that's going on. And they already sold out the people of Trinidad. They already sold out. For example, look how much accidents just happening in Trinidad. Is it a coincidence? All of a sudden, every single day there are accidents happening on the highway. Am I making sense to you? Do you have on the full armor of Elohim in this hour? That's the reason why when they're about to start this war between us, we will go up. We will transform. The purpose of the tsunami that will happen in Venezuela and wipe out half of Trinidad is to protect us, the righteous ones. Is to protect us from the agenda that they're about to execute. When Russia and Venezuela gather together, the US embassy and the US allies, they will move in secretly in Trinidad. You know what I'm saying? That is the agenda. So when the war is about to break out between us and them, Yahushua will come. We will be raptured up, and the tsunami will block the tsunami will be so high that it will block the transformation from happening, so that they don't launch a freaking missile at me when we are about to transform. Now what I'm saying here might sound unbelievable to you, but nobody on the earth knows exactly what's going on. Nobody on the earth knows exactly. It's all propaganda. They're all pushing this agenda as if Venezuela are going to war with the US. No! And they understand what is the purpose of the tsunami? The purpose of the tsunami is to protect us. They have a plan. Because the Caribbean islands will be the first place to be destroyed. All I hear was saying. So my question to you right now, are you ready for what is about to unfold? Alright, as I told you already, the last time I was live was, I think, the 31st or the 31st or the 30th of January 2019. Last time I was live, I teach you all a lot of things. All right. And some of those things that we will recap of what is going to unfold within the next 24 hours. There was indeed a 7.1 earthquake today registered in Mexico, downgraded to a 6.6 by the USGS. All right, the earthquake that happened today in Mexico was felt in Guatemala. It was felt in Brazil, it was felt in Colombia. That signifies that I am right about how the tectonic plates is aligned in order to create the formation of the mega tsunamis, which will be beginning between Panama City and Caracu, and which the 8.5 magnitude earthquake will begin Trinidad exactly at 5:23 p.m. on an evening on a nonce. All right. And one of these things that are going to be going into a little deeper today. Let me see if I can find it. One of the things that will be going a little deeper today is about what's going on in Capranio in Trinidad. All right. So I'm going to be taking you over to that for a little second. All right, and I'm going to be showing you exactly what is taking place in Capranio with other data from Elohim and some data from some other sources. All right. So I'll make sure that you specifically hear what I have to say. All right. So what's going on right now in Capranio is a lot of things taking place right now in Capranio. All right. So what we'll do is just bring up the drawing of the walls and everything. We're going to go through it for about 2-3 minutes. Then we're going to dive into the full prophecy that was given on the 30th, I think it was the 30th or the 31st. I can't remember the exact date. All right. Yes, Sister Coco, on all commanders on the live. Yes, there's a lot of evil things going on right now in Chicago, a lot of evil things going on in Australia, a lot of evil things going on in England, a lot of evil things going on in Austria. All right, there's a place called Australia, there's a place called Austria. All right, there's also a place called Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of evil things going on in Saudi Arabia as well. That is the reason why Yahuwah is sending plagues to Saudi Arabia. All right. So there's a lot of evil things taking place right now in those different places, which is a stench and an abomination to the Most High. All right, hence the reason why for the judgment upon those places. All right, so that's the reason why there's a lot of things going on around the earth. All right, today I think in Colombia there was a sonic boom over Colombia, and the sonic boom has a lot to do with no meteorite, because there's nothing called a meteorite. All right, unlearn the acronyms of lies that they put in place to deceive you of what the Most High is doing on the earth and over the earth and under the earth. So the sonic boom that they heard today in what they heard today in Colombia have a lot to do with the tectonic plate replacement of how Yahuwah is setting up the tectonic plates in order to align for the tsunamis to be in for the tsunami to be in an unstoppable formation, as the prophecy states on the 30th or the 31st. I can't remember what date it was, but the last live that I did, not a watch party, but the last live that I did then, all right, that Yahuwah specifically said how he's going to do the unstoppable tsunami. All right, that is the reason why the minor earthquakes is occurring, in order to bring forth the major shifts. When the major shifts is completed, then in between there will be magnetic shifts in order to accommodate the pole reversal shifting of the tectonic plates. All right. Now there's something called pole shift, which is also not what they think it is. All right, so they are actually calling certain elements that is really the pole reversal shifting happening. The pole shift come to an end since 2018. Alright? And explain already on a previous live what is the pole shift. So, what I will do is actually go back over, alright? What we'll actually do is just go back over the pole shift. Alright? What is the pole shift? I will just go back over that to explain to you. Alright, to explain to you what is the pole shift. Guys, the pole shift have nothing to do with the Arctic ice and the freezing and all this kind of thing. Alright? That is not the pole shift. The pole shift completed December the 20th, I think December the 20th or the 30th, somewhere around there. On the Gregorian calendar, alright, the pole shift has ended. I already announced that the pole shift has already ended. The pole shift had a lot to do with the hurricanes, and right, pole shift had a lot to do with the hurricanes. Most of the saturation, most of the major saturation, alright, the pole shift had to do with setting things up in order for the pole reversal shifting to happen. The pole reversal shifting have a lot to do with how well, what's happening with the fireballs, not meteorite, the fireballs, the supernatural multicolored foundation stones showing up in, that is the formation or the preparation for the pole reversal shifting. And the pole reversal shifting have nothing whatsoever to do with saturation. Alright? The pole reversal shifting have nothing whatsoever to do specifically. Alright, now I wonder if you all hearing me good. The pole reversal shifting have absolutely nothing to do. The pole reversal shifting have absolutely nothing to do with the saturation process. The saturation process, alright? The saturation process have a lot to do with the pole shift. The saturation is the pole shift. Alright, the saturation is the beginning to saturate the earth, to cause the earthquakes, to begin the tectonic plate replacement. Remove this plate and align this plate. That is in order to set up for the tectonic pole reversal shifting. It's two different meanings. They don't have an idea, and a matter of fact, they don't want to know, or they don't want to learn that the pole shift have absolutely nothing to do with what's happening right now in Brooklyn, and what's happening right now in Chicago, in New York, right now in England, all those places that is freezing right now. That have nothing whatsoever to do with the pole shift. That have to do with the beginning of the pole reversal shifting. And I already explained this already since 2017. Since 2017, I announced to you all how the pole reversal shifting will be, and what will be the pole shift. Already explained this many times. Climate change have absolutely nothing to do with what's going on around the earth. All right. The word climate change is a deception, just like the word in Nibiru. The word Nibiru, Planet X, brown dwarf star, have absolutely nothing at all to do with what's going on around the earth. Because the word Planet X was actually put in place to hide the existence of our creators Yahuwah. Alright? Phenomenon was put in place to hide the destruction and the judgment of the Most High, and the signs of Yah showing forth on the earth and in the heavens. So the word phenomenon is being used by many meteorologists because the fact that they don't know what it is. Alright? They don't know what it is, they don't know what's going on, so they will use the word called phenomenon. The word phenomenon is a complete distraction from the main event that is going on, and what is the reaction on the earth is the judgment of the creators, Elohim, that is unfolding right now upon the earth, which have a lot to do with the pole shift and the pole reversal shifting. Because the pole reversal shifting have a lot to do with the cross displacement, have a lot to do with the tectonic plates in alignment to create the mega tsunamis. Alright? The pole reversal shifting have absolutely nothing to do with what happened last year, the year before, with all the hurricanes and all the rains. The purpose of the hurricanes, as I explained on other live, have a lot to do with the saturation process. I've already announced it to the public and to all those who are accustomed listening to me that the pole shift have absolutely nothing to do with what's happening in January 2019. What's happening in January 2019 is the beginning of the pole reversal shifting, which begins in different stages. Alright, so I would say right now we in the first stage of the pole reversal shifting. Alright, now there are 7 stages in the pole reversal shifting. Alright, and I will just give you at least 2 or 3. I don't want to sell out the rest of things. Alright, one of the stages of the pole reversal shifting is the cross displacement. The cross displacement is when the tectonic plate is removed from this location and put on the other location. Alright, well, so to speak. The second sign or the second event of the pole reversal shifting have a lot to do with splitting islands, like sinkholes and all these other things. Sinkholes is included in the pole reversal shifting because the sinkholes have a lot to do with the earth. The saturation is the beginning of the pole shift. Alright, now there's this jackass called Mark Alken that stole my prophecies. Yes, Mark Alken and many other scientists who stole my teachings, put it in a book, sell it to the public with total deceiving information because they don't want to put things that I say in order for I to be shined up, to speak, because they stole the words and the prophecies, spin it around, turn it around in their own words to make a profit out of Elohim words, the words that was given to me. Alright, so there's a lot of them out there who are saying that the pole shift is what's going on right now. No, guys, when I come to you and I come to you with a teaching, I come to you with the truth. Alright, I come to tell you what is going on around the earth. Alright, I come to tell you that free of charge. Alright, but when people take the words of Yah and turn it around in their own words, and then they say they discover this, or they got in a vision, or they got this via visions, they are liars, they are deceivers, they are mockers and scoffers of the true word of the Almighty Elohim. Just like what Devika did, the famous psychic of Trinidad. Alright, all the mouth and mouth she have. Alright, but I'm telling you, that day will come when I will stand and see all those that are wicked. I will stand and be a judge in the presence of the Most High, and I will see to that all those who mock and scoff at Yah, that the end be an end that nobody else on the earth will experience, or nobody else on the earth will go through. That day and that time will come. So all those who don't want to listen to what Archangel have to say, that is their problem, that is their business. But what I'm telling you is, there are people out there who falsifying information in order to look good. You understand what I'm saying? Like what's going on in Venezuela. Alright, there's a lot of people pushing a certain agenda by telling people, oh, this will happen and that will happen, stock up on food, stock up on this. Hey, that is propaganda bullshit, guys. Alright, but those who walking in righteousness with Elohim, all those who walking in righteousness with Elohim, you have absolutely nothing to worry. You understand what I'm saying? Because as I explained on the other live, right? I did explain in the other live that what's going on in Venezuela is a complete deception. You hear? What's going on in Venezuela is a deception, and the people in the Caribbean islands is buying the shit. Take note of what will be the next agenda for Maduro, Venezuelan president. So what will actually happen in Venezuela will be a coup. All right. Now, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is going to issue ID cards for Venezuela. Listen to me carefully. Now, this will be a direct impact on the Caribbean islands as well as Trinidadians, because the fact that this is a hidden agenda happening right in their face and they can't do nothing to stop it. You understand? Now, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, or the government of Trinidad and Tobago, decided that they didn't just decide that just like that they're going to give Venezuelan ID cards. No, guys, this is an agenda, Trinidadians. This is an agenda that you cannot stop. You can't stop this agenda because you allow this agenda to overcrowd your country. You understand what I'm saying? You allowed it. Right? Just like they will never ever ban Carnival, they will never stop Carnival, by the way. Alright? That's the reason why they push Carnival back to March. Why? Because it is an agenda by the Illuminati to create strife, content, alright, and to also create a sort of fear in the hearts of the people of the Caribbean islands. So what I'm telling you, what is going to happen is a fake assassination of Maru. Well, I don't know what is his name. Maduro, that is Venezuela president. Make sure you take notes of this, what I'm saying. Everything I'm saying, take notes of it, so in order that other people could learn. Alright? There will be a fake assassination of Maduro, or Maduro, whatever the calling name of Venezuela Prime Minister or whatever. There will be a fake, you hear what I say? There will be a fake, yes, a fake. There will be a fake assassination of Maduro, Venezuelan president. Now, the other guy who signed himself as the president of Venezuela is actually a reptilian. Listen to what I'm saying very well. Now, as I said before, the rabbit hole is so deep, very, very deep. And if you want to enter into that rabbit hole, you must be walking right with Elohim. Because when you enter into that rabbit hole, you will see so much of deception in that rabbit hole that you must learn, or you must know how to know which is truth, which is lie. Because the way how the fallen angels, the way how they set up things in the system, the way how they set up the false history to sort of line up with the real history, which is not the real history. So in other words, what I'm saying is that some of the truth that you were taught is complete lies. You understand what I'm saying? The war that manifesting in Venezuela have a lot to do with territory, have a lot to do with us on a whole. And I keep saying this over and over and over again. And some people not really understanding what's really going on. Donald Trump is not the one calling the shots. Let me tell you again. Let me say it again. Donald J. Trump, or Donald Jr. Trump, or whatever they call himself. Donald Trump, America president, which is actually a reptilian, which is actually a sun worshipper, not Elohim worshipper. Donald Trump have nothing to do with Elohim. When Donald Trump used the word God and Jesus and all this kind of thing, they are referring to the sun God, which is, who is the sun God? Baal. Baal, Lucifer. At the end of the day, it all comes back to Lucifer. You hear what I'm saying? Donald Trump have nothing to do with Elohim. Elohim didn't put Donald Trump there. Alright? God of this world, the God of this world, Lucifer, Baal, yes, Allah place Donald Trump there for an agenda. Elohim have nothing to do with what's going on the earth in respects to governance on earth. Period. Elohim, the triune eternal family, the creators, they have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with the governance on the earth. You hear what I'm saying? Yahushua is the government of the universe when that time comes. But right now, Elohim on the whole is the government over all other governments in the earth, and the ones in the flesh, the ones in the spirit. So that that specifically states that the whole world is actually laying in the powers of the king of darkness, or the prince of darkness, which is aka Satan, which is aka Jesus, aka Allah, aka Buddha, aka Krishna, aka Satan, aka the devil, aka Lucifer. So much of deceptions just hidden in plain sight. You know what I'm saying? And people refuse to open their eyes to see the deception that is happening in their eyes. So right before their eyes, Lucifer, the kingdom of darkness, is deceiving the world. You understand what I'm saying? That they are actually laying in the powers of darkness, rather than actually being obedient to the powers of the heavenly realms, which is Elohim, who are the holy triune eternal family. Now, you will never hear this anywhere else on the earth, because I am the only one who truly teaches you in love. I'm the only one who teaches you from the heart of the Father, the only one that speaks truthfully from the Father, the only one that speaks truthfully from the triune eternal family. And yes, the rabbit hole is very deep. So what I'm going to do for just 1 minute, I want you to reflect on where you actually plan to spend your eternity. Where will be your eternity next?
Outside, and you can see steam rising out of the river. Location
So again, what do you think is actually going on right now? All right, now I have a lot of things to talk about, so I'm just going to make it very swift. All right, as I've shown you before, and I've shown you again, exactly how my teachings are in alignment with everything that is going on around the earth, without it ever happen, without relying on the metallurgists or science or psychics, all them kind of brainwashed or brain dead demons. You need to rely on the teachings of Elohim. Yes, there's so much things to teach. So much things to teach. But I don't want to stay too long on the live. I want people to share this live to every group where you are, alright? Because there are things that I've taught you all that nobody else on the earth knows. Just to recap before we go forward here, just to recap everything that I'll tell you all right, just reading from just reading here from just trying to remember some of the things that I told you all. The sonic booms that was heard today, the first of the second, which no the first of the second month of 2019, all right, that occurred in Colombia. It have a lot to do with the alignment of the tectonic plates, which Abba Yahuwah is doing presently in every nation, in every country, every continent. All the places that are getting earthquakes, the places that is not getting any earthquakes will be the places that will experience fireballs, and the places which will also experience the sinkholes with lava coming out of it. To recap again, the places that again earthquakes are the places that will be destroyed by mega tsunamis. Alright, those tsunamis will join and merge as it comes forth. So as all the tsunamis merge and come forth, when the tsunamis merge in and when they come forth, they will actually merge together to actually create a more sudden, stronger impact. Alright, so the shift has ended since December the 30th, 2018. Alright, it has nothing to do with the ice in Antarctica. It have absolutely nothing to do with the ice with the ice event that is going on right now, or the ice apocalypse that is actually unfolding right now in different parts, or in the southeast of America, and etc. and etc. All right. So what's going on in Chicago, Australia, those places that are experiencing heat wave, Chile and Guatemala, those places that are experiencing earthquakes and tsunamis, those are the places. Well, I mean, tsunamis, those places will experience the mega tsunamis. All right. I just want to recap what I told you all. Alright, there's nothing called global warming. The word global warming was invented to hide the judgment of Yah over the earth, and what is unfolding since 2012 on the earth was the beginning of the pole shift. So the pole shift began in 2012. Yes, in 2012. In 2012, the pole shift began. In 2018, the pole shift has ended. Now we are in 2019 Gregorian calendar. We have entered into the phase of the pole reversal shift, which has 7 stages, which is mega stages of going through to bring the earth to complete destruction and a ruin heap, as it is written in Revelation. All right. We'll talk about the the deep freeze conditions currently being experienced in America right now has nothing to do with the pole shift, as I explained to you all already. I just want to reverse it to make sure that you all have an understanding of what it is. Rather, it is the beginning of the pole reversal shifting, which has begun the 1st of January 2019. All right. There's no global warming, no Nibiru nonsense, as NASA and USGS etc. has says, and they have a lot of mouthpiece, a lot of people, a lot of people which are the skywatchers, the agenda for NASA, for USGS, and UV-Seismic and all the others who support this bullshit theory of these nonsensical words called phenomenon. There are 7 stages of the pole reversal shifting. Also, I want you all to know it have nothing called aftershock. Anything that happens after a small earthquake, a big earthquake is a friggin' earthquake. Alright? Anything that happens after a big earthquake is nothing called aftershock. Alright? The term aftershock specifically means, in their words, that there is no creator, no plates. Alright, the plates are being moved by itself, so it's an aftershock because a plate lift and then a plate slam down, so the plate's doing things by itself. No, guys. The creator, Yahuwah, who created the earth, alright, yes, out of his own hands, he placed the tectonic plates in a certain way that when the end comes, which is now, that he will do things in alignment to his word, that he will do things in alignment to what he speaks through me in this final hour. Alright, so that's to give you a little stronger history of what's going on. Alright, the deception that is going on right now in Venezuela is a great deception. Alright, they actually want to turn Trinidadians against Venezuela to create a country. They want to actually create a way where Venezuela and Trinidad could merge together as one. But guys, as I told you all already, my words against their words, and my words is from the Creator's lips, is from his mouth. So exactly, it is the truth that I speak to you, the public, and I ask you to share this live. Alright, so what is going on right now in Venezuela is a complete distraction from the main issues that affecting Trinidad. Period. Again, what's going on in Trinidad, alright, and what's going on in Venezuela. The distraction that is going on in Venezuela is also a distraction for Trinidad as well, and the other Caribbean islands, because while they are distracted about Putin going on battle with US and different battles and vehicles coming out and people rioting and all this kind of bullshit, they're putting things in place to nuke Trinidad, to destroy us, so that we don't rise up against them. I told you all, this is the beginning of the Armageddon War. Alright, Yahushua HaMashiach returns in 2019, which is this year, which I have been announcing since 2017, that Yahushua will return in 2019. If you don't believe what I'm saying, go on your knees, do a prayer and fast, and they will tell you, or they will give a little code. They might give you a little, when I mean the Elohim, they will actually tell you, well, so and so is the case. They might actually show you a vision. They might show you certain things. Alright, they won't give you the ideal answer that you want, because they don't want the enemy to know what is their plans. But I am telling you exactly what is their plans without asking for a single cent. Alright, in 2012 the pole shift began completely. Alright, and it ended in 2019. Of the 7 stages of the pole reversal shifting, we have begun the first stage, which is the crustal. The crustal displacement, of where the tectonic plates have to be built up like a certain wall. You see, like the wall that is seen there close to Trinidad, right? If we look exactly where earthquakes happen for Trinidad, we will see definitely where Archangel Samuel is right. Alright, so just to give you an idea of what's going on around the earth as of now, before we dive into this deeper teaching. right, so let's be real here. The polar vortex is another deception. All right, the polar vortex, which might have nothing to do with the pole shift, as they say. The polar vortex is another deception, another friggin' lie by the Illuminati, of course, because I don't want you all to know it is the pole reversal shifting. If you realize they are not speaking about the pole reversal shifting, because I am the only one that's speaking about the pole reversal shifting. And I am the only one ever, the only one on earth who ever started teaching about the pole shift and the pole reversal shifting. Nobody knows anything about it. Nobody knew anything about the pole reversal shifting nor the pole shift. Although some people got it in dreams, but they have absolutely no idea what it is. Alright, so what they did was they put certain teachings that they get from certain history books, put it together, and they say, well, okay, that is the pole shift. No, that is not the pole shift. That have nothing to do with the pole shift. That have nothing to do with the pole reversal shifting. The polar vortex is an deception. You know what's a friggin' vortex? I will tell you. I'll teach you what's a vortex. A vortex is not what's going on. A vortex has to do with outer space bullshit. That is a vortex. A vortex is a wormhole, open up, and let me say it's a black hole. Alright? A vortex is a friggin' black hole that keeps, you know, it's like a, let me say a black hole open up in the universe, alright, and sort of suck everything in. That is a friggin' vortex. You understand? That is a vortex. That does prove to you how stupid they are, that when they're stealing profit from me, that they don't know what the ass are talking about, so they put it out there so that they can deceive people, that people will turn to listen to me. You see, there's a war. There's a serious war going on. Besides the war going on in Venezuela against us, there's a war going on worldwide that people are still friggin' brain dead as well as brainwashed, that they can't see what's going on right in front of their faces. So the vortex have absolutely nothing to do with no friggin' polar vortex. Alright? If you say the pole reversal shifting going on, yes, the pole reversal shifting is going on as of right now. Alright? As of right now, yes, indeed, the pole reversal shifting is going on right now as we speak, right? So that word polar vortex is a bunch of shit, because it's all lies, guys. All right, it's all lies. All right, so as you see on the drawing there, you see where the alphabet is all lined up. Alright, as you can see, the alphabets are lined up in a specific way in order to get you to understand certain things. Alright, the alphabet is lined up in a special way. So if you look exactly where the alphabets are lined up, then you could see exactly what's going on. Alright. You can see exactly what's going on when you look at the alphabet. Let me see if I could just stop this from going so. Alright, so you can see exactly what's going on. Alright, where how the alphabet is lined up there. So what I want you to do right now is look at the mouse, because I'm going to bring it up there for you in a sec. Alright, because I teach you consciousness. Alright, so as you can see right now, just look at what's going on the map of Trinidad. As you can see the map there. Alright, as you can see the map there, that's where all earthquakes happening. Martin is not too far from there, but I didn't really do the zoom down. I just wanted to you know, point out this for a while, and I just wanted to show you exactly what's going on. Right, let me see if I could alright, so as you can see, let's zoom it down a little bit. Alright, look where all the earthquakes happen in Trinidad. Alright, let me see if I can just write down some more. Let's look at where all the earthquakes happen. Alright, it proves that I am telling you the truth. So just look where the mouse is. Focus on the mouse. Alright, focus on the mouse. As you can see, my mouse here. Alright, this is where the split will happen. As I tell you all, this is where the split will happen. Alright, so while we get into this deeper teaching, I just want you all to just, you know, think about what's going to happen when Yahuwah complete the splitting of Capranio or Cuparano, when Yahuwah separates Cuparano, that will be a devastating destruction for half of Trinidad. Alright, as I said, the split now from Capranio will run straight across from Port of Spain straight to Sangre Grande. Alright, the other split that will happen, Karuputu. That other split that will happen in Karaputu here, that will split the east, not the east, sorry, that will split the central Trinidad, go back to this other place there. I can't remember the name of the place right now. Alright, so as I'm saying already, and then Matter now will deal with Point Fortin, Cedros, and all these other places. Now these are things that nobody knows about. Nobody knows about this. NASA, USGS, UV seismic, they have no idea why all those earthquakes are happening. But now they have an idea because they know Archangel Samuel telling the truth. But they, you know, they don't want to promote my teachings. Then they make them look like some asses. You understand? That is the reason why they don't want to promote my teachings, because it will look like they don't know one shit, which they don't. Understand? They don't know nothing that's going on. Alright, what's going on? So guys, we're gonna look into the tsunami as we have a wider picture here to show. So I'm gonna just bring up the full screen and then we're gonna come back to that. Alright, so as you can see here, let's see if I can just bring up a mouse here. You can see here, right here, this earthquake happened recently, and it's every single where you see my drawing, that is exactly where earthquakes will happen. Yes, Capranio will break off in a few days from now. Been saying that since 2018, alright, about Capranio and Maturin, right? Alright, so again, Capranio, alright, have a lot to do with the whole of Trinidad, because Capranio is the main tectonic plate for the whole of Trinidad, and Maturin now is the epicenter of Capranio. Alright, it might look a little different to you in the map, I understand that. Alright, but Capranio or Cuparano, I would say Cuparano, empowers the whole island of Trinidad, or that's Trinidad, right? Capranio or Cuparano empowers the whole of Trinidad island, and it also empowers Tobago. But Tobago is on the same Cuparano tectonic plate, but it's just that it's different. Alright, it just out differently, as I draw it already for you all. So this is something that some of the things that I already taught you all since 2018, 2017, 2016. Alright, these are the things that I've taught you all how Trinidad will split. Alright, and if you go back at some of the teachings that I did in 2017, you will see where I said that Maturin, alright, will separate Trinidad, Maturin will separate the deep south of Trinidad. So in other words, Maturin have a lot to do, guys, with the south of Trinidad. Alright, Capranio have a lot to do with the east and the central of Trinidad, and also the north of Trinidad, because the north of Trinidad, there is no tectonic plate for the north of Trinidad. Alright, so when when Cuparano, I keep saying Capranio, I love that name. When Cuparano is separated, if you look at all the earthquakes happening in a line, that is exactly how Cuparano going to split. Cuparano is going to split and break off in order for the tsunami. Yes, in order for the tsunami to, let me just say this will be the tsunami coming on here. Let me say all here now, let me say all here will be the tsunami. Alright? All here will be, and here now will be the active fault lines and the fault lines and whatever. Alright? Don't want to go too deep into that part of the teaching for today, because I have other days to teach you other things in respects to the earthquakes that happen for Trinidad. Alright, so the tsunami now will be coming from Grenada, and I say already, when it reach Grenada, kick them Jenny, the volcano under Grenada. Alright, kick them Jenny, kick them Jack. Alright, in a few days from now, let me say 7 days from now, these volcanoes will begin to be active again. Alright, from 7 days from now could land us on the 5th. I think it's on the 5th of February, somewhere around there. Make sure that you take notes so I don't want to repeat myself over again. Alright? 7 days from now, kick them Jenny, kick them Jack, kick them John. The volcanoes will show signs of activity there in Grenada in order to facilitate the tsunami that will be generated there. So there will be a tsunami that will be generated in Grenada in order to generate and help the tsunami coming down from the in order to help the tsunami that will be coming from Panama City and Caracu. So coming down the islands, alright, now people don't know what the earth are talking about, right? But coming down the islands, when the tsunami reach in front, let me say St. Lucia, the tsunami will stop. Right? The tsunami will stop for a second, then the tsunami will build again. When Kick Them Jenny volcano explodes, also I wanted us to reiterate that some of the volcanoes, the mud volcanoes in Trinidad, have a lot to do with Kick Them Jenny and Kick Them John. Alright? So let me tell you a secret here. Nobody knows about this. This secret is that certain volcanoes in Trinidad, mud volcanoes in Trinidad, supplies mud to these volcanoes. Alright? Now these volcanoes also have like a boiler. Alright, the volcanoes in Grenada have boilers, and the boilers is about 3,000 feet, let me say 3,000 feet in depth. Alright, so about 3,000 feet in depth will be the boilers of these mud volcanoes in Grenada. Alright, now the mud volcanoes in Trinidad that recently erupt, they said it was an ancient one that erupt in I think is Palo Seco or somewhere in Trinidad. After that story was released, you hear nothing anymore about that volcano because they want to keep it under wraps. They want to keep it under secret. They want to keep what's going on in the Caribbean island under secrecy so that people don't know what is going to happen to them. But I am telling you the truth, and I think I deserve more views. I think I deserve more shares. I think that I even more than people just claiming to understand things. I deserve a wider spectrum. But the truth is that will never happen because they don't want to promote the ancient truth of Elohim, because that will tear down the veil of deception and will open the eyes of all those that are blind. Alright, so to recap, the volcano, whether it's the Devil Woodyard volcano in not Palo Seco, I think it's Woodland. The Devil volcano in Trinidad, which is in Woodland, supplies volcano for Kick Them Jack. The one that recently showed signs of activity in January, I think it's January 17th, somewhere around there. That one supplies for Kick Them Jenny. There will be other mud volcano that will be awakened. Now that one will be in Moruga side there, that will show signs of activity within the next 12 days or so. Alright, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Alright, but I'm just giving you an idea of those volcanoes and where they are situated and what is the purpose of those volcanoes, rather than believing the lies from UV Seismic and from Loop TT and all of them who push the agenda for the Illuminati, whether they know or they unknow of the agenda of exactly of what is going on around the earth, especially what's going on in the Caribbean islands as well. Alright, so I'm telling you the actual truth of what is going on. Not even Trinidad and Tobago Weather Center could tell you. UV Seismic, USGS, none of them knows. No scientists, none of them knows what's going on unless if they steal the teachings, which they always do. Alright, all they send Jason Kanhai from the UV Seismic page to laugh at my prophecies, to laugh at me, yes, to laugh at me. Or they send Jason Kanai to laugh at me. Alright, Joan Lutzman and them of the UV Seismic. They have no idea what's going on. And Joan Lutzman of UV Seismic should resign. She should resign and give me the position. Let me direct people the righteous way. That will never happen, right? Joan Lutzman not stepping down. She Illuminati puppet for the USGS. You know what I'm saying? Alright? So that will happen, guys. So I just want, when I just teach you all day to sink in before we go into a little deeper teaching. Let me be real here. Who is the fake one? You is Seismic or Archangel Samuel? Who is the fake one here right now? Because they tell people how I fake. So, who is the fake one? You is Seismic or Archangel Samuel? Or Devika? Or Ragu? Or the psychics and them? Who is the fake one here right now? Who is the fake one? Alright? Let me do actually a poll then. Let me do an actual poll. Who is the fake one right now? I am the fake one. Archangel Samuel the fake one. Devika the fake one. You is Seismic. Who are the fake one? USGS or scientists. Who is the fake one, guys? Who is the ones who truly fake? Who truly serves Lucifer? Which one truly serves Lucifer? Let me know in the comment section there. So let this sink in your spirit before we go forward.
Outside and see steam rising off the river.
months and months and months, I teaching you the truth. For months and months and months and months. But the enemy has set up enemies to come against me and to come against the kingdom of light, the true light of Elohim. Hence the reason why the battle is so tough, and that's the reason why many of you wouldn't make it, because your life is so fake. You understand? And many of you, many of you listening to this live, you ain't decide yet if you will choose eternal life or if you choose eternal damnation, because your life is so fake. Your life is so fake, you understand, that you continue to believe in lies of the fallen angels. You continue to live the lie. You understand? You continue to specifically live the worldly lifestyle, so to speak. You support the worldly lifestyle. That's why I keep asking you all, are you for Elohim or are you against Elohim? If you're against Elohim, you better start to walk, because I'm telling you, when that time come, which will be in a few days from now, when that time come, right, and you're not in sync with Elohim, and you continue with your ungodly lifestyle, and you continue supporting the worldly lifestyle, right, when that time come, you will not transform. We will go up and you will be left behind, and they will wonder how the heck I could be left behind, and you were so-called following Elohim. That is the reason you were left behind, because you were so-called following me. You're so-called following me on Facebook, and I know with a counterfeit love, and they say, oh, you love this brother and you love this sister. That's just rubbish. Okay, if you don't love righteousness, all right, nobody is forcing you. Nobody. Elohim, we are absolutely not forcing you to accept righteousness. Righteousness is a decision that you yourself must make. And when you make a decision to live for righteousness, you need to unlearn the lies of this world. You need to stop following the lies of this world. You need to stop promoting the agenda of all the fallen angels and the lives that they want you to live, which is a counterfeit of what Elohim can offer you, which is eternal life. So again, I'm telling you, it's up to you. Stop promoting the agendas of the fallen angels in your lives, because when that time comes, you are going no way. So if you think that you're fooling Archangel Samuel, you're not really fooling me, a friggin'. I just tell you straightforward. I just talk straightforward. That's what I'm saying. You understand? All right. Enough of your games. I specifically could tell. I specifically could say exactly right now who the names are walking on alignment in Elohim's will. But I wouldn't say nothing yet. When we join a little closer, when we reach, let me say, when we reach at least the 12 o'clock hour, when we reach the 12 o'clock hour, I will say all the names of those who will be left behind. You understand? You better pray that your name don't be on my lips. You better pray that your name be in the Lamb's book of life, than your name be on my lips, that you will be left behind. It will be a sad story state for all those who reject me and all those who reject Elohim. So you better pray to be counted worthy. Least if you're not worthy, you'll be left behind and you'll be thrown into FEMA camp under circumstances that one cannot survive in this flesh. Trust me. I don't want to go too deep into that, because that will lead into other things. I don't want to scare people off the life. I just want to give you an understanding, because I speak to you in true love from the heart of Mama, Papa, and Lord Yahushua. I speak from the heart of them on behalf of them. If you're not walking righteously, you're not living holy, you're not living godly, you will never see the New Jerusalem. You will never enter it. So all that, I love Yahuwah, I love Elohim, I love Elohim. You see that fake love? You can take that fake love and wipe your ass with it. I know all those who faking their love to Elohim. You understand? So I am a very straightforward person. When that time come, I will announce all those who will be left behind. So you better pray that your name will be on my lips. You understand what I'm saying? Because it wouldn't be nice to hear that you will be left behind. Alright? So I'm telling you right now, out of love, straighten up yourself right now. Come in alignment. Don't take what's saying for granted. Because when that time come, you will be the one who will be taken for granted. Alright, so let's just switch back to here.
7 degrees outside.
So let me just talk a little bit of what we're seeing on the screen right now. What we're seeing on the screen is a complete alignment to everything that Archangel Samuel speaks. If you look at where the alphabets are, that is exactly where the earthquakes happen. Alright? And some of the earthquakes happen certain places. I see they put it in here. I don't know why they're hiding the fact. I don't know why they're hiding that fact, by the way. But anyhow, let me just go a little deeper into this. Alright, so as you can see, the line in here, this is a line in here, folks. This is indeed a line in here. Now this line in here, this is how the tsunami will be coming in. So when the tsunami coming in, Cuperano will break off. Once Cuperano break off, remember Cuperano is attached to Trinidad. That means that it will not affect the east of Trinidad, not yet. It will affect the central and the south of Trinidad will split and sink. You hear? Now, all this is going to happen when the tsunami is near. Let me just recap what I just said, because I love to recap what I'm saying, so people go, don't take the words that I speak out of context and put it in their own fucking words to distress other people. Alright, so I put in the words I'm actually putting the words in meaning to actually teach you something. Alright, so the other people who trying to, mislead other people when trying to fuck up your brain and what I'm teaching you. Alright, so in between I had to bust a little distress call on the enemy, so they would know with the freaking timing. Alright. So, as of right now, this is how the tsunami will be happening. Alright, just like what I show you all, that's what will happen. Now guys, as you can see here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. As we can see, this is Diego Martin, Port of Spain, alright? So this is Diego Martin here and Port of Spain. Just look where my mouse is and you will learn. Alright? You will learn the truth right here. Alright, so between, let me see, this piece of island called Puerto de Peru will be cut off. As I just show you all too, that whole piece of island will collapse into the sea. Now, Cuperano is indeed connected. Let me just go back. Oh boy, let me just go back. Alright, let me just see if I can just get back the boy. Cuperano. Right. So as I was saying already, Cuperano is connected. Alright? You see this drawing what I did here? It's complete shit. And it have a lot to do with copying my drawings too as well. Alright? They need to stop thieving people thing. And you know, get their own, they need to get their own understanding or their own drawing. Son? Alright, so we're watching it from a far distance. That is not how the fault lines are running at all. Alright? Trinidad and Tobago with a center. You need to stop thieving the drawings. Or whoever Google, tell them stop thieving my drawings because I don't know what it means. And one day they will thank me for teaching you. Because nobody knows anything about what's going on. Nobody knows nothing. And I have proved myself over and over and over again that I am the only one that can teach you the truth. The only one that can teach you the truth about what's going on. One day you will thank Archangel Samuel for what's going on. Alright? So let's look at where the earthquakes happen. Now we take a quick zoom in here. Alright? As the drawing states on the other end. Just look, guys. I'm gonna just pull up a big screen there and then we'll come back to that. Just want to show you all really quick. Alright, really quick. Just visualize the whole map of Trinidad here and the drawing of where the letters are. Alright? Boom. So as you can see here, that is Cuperano. Right here is Cuperano, as you can see. All these earthquakes happen here for a reason. All these earthquakes, if we zoom in some more, I can zoom in, eh? You see, I can zoom in, and when you zoom in, those are actual places where the earthquakes happen on land. Those earthquakes are not happening on the sea, it's happening on land. That means all the dots that you see here is where Abba is going to cut it off completely. So, it might have, let me see, at least, I will give an average of at least, let me see, at least 7 earthquakes again, and it could crack. Well, actually, as of right now, Cuperano is already split. Alright, the split already happening already. Alright, right where you see the earthquakes happening, that is where Yahuwah is going to break it off. Break off. The whole of Cuperano will break off, which includes parts of Guaca. So parts of Guaca, not Kasani. Alright, Kasani or Kasane is not going to be interfered with. As you see, after Guka there, now Guka you can see it here. Kasani, let me just say, Kasani is the place where the split will end. Alright, so it will be coming from all here. So this whole piece of land here have to break off. Let me just go in some more. Alright, so that piece of land here that I'm showing you all, that piece of land right there by Cuperano, Guaca, Kasani have to break off. So it will break off in a sort of alignment. Let me just show you all. It will break off in this sort of alignment where it will come so, where it will go so. Alright, it will come down here to Maturin. Maturin is not far. It come down to Kuriputu, and then it will go down to Maturin. This is Maturin. This earthquake happened here. They put this dot in a friggin' wrong place. It's supposed to be Maturin. Alright, exactly what Maturin is, but I'll just show you all how everything is going on right now. So guys, when Cuperano and place again, boy, there's another place I just say. Alright, when Cuperano, which includes Kasane, alright, Kasane, Guaca, alright, Kariputu, and Maturin is broke off. Alright, all the other places in green will already be destroyed. So that means that if the split or the crack or the break off is going to occur Cuperano, that specifically means that tectonic plate supplies the whole of Trinidad. How they put these stupid veins, that is not how it is. Alright, they're trying to copy my teachings, but they don't know what they asked to talk about. And I can prove to you, I specifically teach about how the fault lines are for Trinidad and the world and USA of course. Alright, so as you can see, Grenada up here. About here, let me say about here, about all here will be Kingdom Jenny. If you specifically look on Archangel Samuel's lives, you will see where I already taught that already. Kingdom Jenny is about here, Kingdom Jack is about here, Kingdom John is about here specifically. If I could show you exactly where they are, I can't because I don't have that specific software to show you exactly. But as I said, when the tsunami reach Grenada, it will stop. Alright, and then Kingdom Jenny will erupt, the mud volcano. By the way, alright, they don't know this, but I'm telling you, Kingdom Jenny is actually explosive, a lava and mud entwined or mixed together. Again, let me tell you all again. Kingdom Jenny, the volcano Kingdom Jenny, the underwater volcano, is to facilitate for the tsunami as well, is to help the building of the tsunami as well. Kingdom Jenny is a lava volcano, a lava underground or under ocean or under however you want to say it. Kingdom Jenny is capped off right now. It's Abba Yahuwah who goes to these volcanoes and remove the remember I told you all about the stopcock, or the, I can't remember the word that I used or what was used then, but it's called a stopcock. Abba would remove the stopcock over the mouth of the underwater volcano, and when he does that, he's going to trigger it from Trinidad, trigger it from Maturin, and trigger it from Capranio. So all the activity that's going on with the earthquakes in the Caribbean islands have a lot to do with Kingdom Jenny, have a lot to do with Yahuwah moving the lava from point A to point B. Now, as I said already, Kingdom Jenny is a mix of lava and mud together, and Kingdom Jack have a lot to do with the what we call the blue gas, methane gas. All right. And Kingdom Jack is a volcano, is an actual mud volcano where all the mixtures is in one. So the explosion will really happen where Kingdom Jack is, but Kingdom Jenny in Grenada will help fuel or trigger Kingdom, and Kingdom Jack and Kingdom Jenny will help fuel the tectonic bomb, so to speak, the underwater bomb that will generate another mega tsunami that will happen off the coast of St. George's in Grenada. Alright, I don't know how I know all these things, but I have no idea how I know all these things. But I know what Yahuwah telling me right now, that it will generate off the coast of St. George's in Grenada. I have no idea where St. George's is in Grenada. I know there's a St. George's in Grenada. I don't know where in St. George's, Grenada, when St. George's, when Grenada, St. George's that will be. But in St. George's in Grenada, that is exactly where the other mega tsunami will happen. Now, when that tsunami begins to generate off the coast of St. George's in Grenada, the tectonic plates will be pushed forward in order for it to generate, oh shucks, alright, in order for it to generate. So just like what I'm showing you all here, we'll be talking about that today. Wow, it's a lovely thing that I could actually teach you all a whole thing in one flam. Alright, so when we get to Grenada here, alright, whoa, look St. George's, guys. Oh wow. So as I said already, look St. George's right here. This is where the tsunami, another tsunami will be happening right here. Again, look St. George's right here. St. George's, right? Or St. George? St. George's, or St. George's, right? St. George's, and not too far from St. George's, there's a place called Guave. There's a place called Guave in Greece. Yes, there's a place called Guave. Alright? Learn from Archangel Samuel, teaching you the truth. There's also a place in Grenada called Sotes. Let me see if I can find a place called Sotes. Ah! Whoa! There's a place in Grenada called Sotes as well. Wow! Awesome. listen to Archangel Samuel, that teaching you the truth. Alright, so let me just zoom out. Wow, there is a place called Sates in Grenada, as well as St. George's. Awesome, guys. Wow. Alright, so now we know where St. George's is in Grenada, and it's a place called Grenville, as well as you see in Grenville here, and there's a place called Tivoli. You know where that place is. Alright. So here what's gonna happen in Grenada. Now, remember I told you all, Grenada have 2 or 3 volcanoes, underwater volcanoes as well. Grenada have 3 underwater volcanoes, which will actually be the main thing for I wonder if I could get Indonesia here one time. It would be nice. If I could get Indonesia one time, I teach everything about Indonesia one time. If I could get let me say, like, how about getting to zoom into Google and see different islands and different places. If I got access, I would teach everything that happened in Indonesia as well, which I already did and people in Indonesia ignored me. Alright? But anyhow, I'm not teaching about Indonesia. Allah Makbar Allah. Alright? Wow, so the people in Indonesia are going through a real hard time of the saturation process that is unfolding there in certain parts of the islands. Trinidad and Tobago is 99.5% to 100%. It's not fully 100% yet saturation for Trinidad. For the Caribbean island, it remains at 99%. For Trinidad, it remains at 99.5%. For California, the saturation is a full 100%. The saturation for New York City is a full 100%. Alright, so all those places that experience this cold frost or this catastrophic weather where it's colder than Antarctica, those are places that have already been saturated. As I told you all, when those places are saturated completely, saturated, those places will experience supernatural shifts, as I told you all that before. Alright, so off St. George's here, alright, off St. George's right here exactly. Alright, so I'll give you the time when this will happen. So now I'm going to reveal the timing when the tsunami will happen off St. George's. I didn't do this before, but as we teaching something, I'll be able to teach you something a little deeper. Alright, as for St. George's, that is where the tsunami will stop and build. So there will be earthquakes to happen in St. George's soon in order to facilitate the tectonic plates for the tsunami to happen there. Guys, Grenada is a very deep place. Alright? The water in Grenada, as soon as you step in, let me say, in Grenada, right, St. George's is very deep. St. George's may be about, as soon as you, let me say, this is the shoreline here. As soon as you step in here, water and over your head already. It's not like Trinidad. It's not like Trinidad. Is way deeper. It's deeper ocean there. Alright, so as soon as you step into the water then begin to cover your head already. So that specifically means that Grenada already have a certain depth of water. It's just for Yahuwah to raise the tectonic plate and build it up maybe about build it up about 7 feet. Build up the tectonic plate of St. George's there for about 7 feet. Also to note that St. George's is indeed on the Maturin and the Cuperano tectonic plates. Alright, so now I'm going to reveal to the world how this tsunami is going to happen since we have this time in here. I hope I'm past my hour, you know. Wow, I done past my hour already. Alright. So St. George's, alright, the 10.1 magnitude earthquake will surely happen at 3 a.m. Panama City. So here we're going to zoom out and we're going to go and look now for Panama City. So let's look for Panama City now. We should see Panama City somewhere here. We will look for Panama City. Panama City, where's Panama City? Alright, so just look where Caracou is. Let me see if I can find Caracou. I think where Caracou is, guys. I will look for Caracou here right now, and we should see Panama City. So I'll tell you exactly where, as you can see, piece of part of land and all this kind of thing. Alright, so we will be coming soon up to Panama City, which have to be, I think, a long way. Somewhere here we should find Panama City. So I'll see if I could find Panama City here. Point up here now. This is part of the other drawing that I did. Alright? It's part of the other drawing that I did recently, which I will be going in today, but this is nice that I could actually go through these different islands. St. John's is a small place. Corentin, we're going up, we're going up, we're going up, we're going up, we're going up still. We should be coming to Panama City, but it's not coming up yet, so I'll have to keep pulling up. So I still looking now. Alright, so I think I'll have to do a reboot there. I'll have to do a reboot because I reached so far and I'm not finding Panama City. Alright, so I'm not finding Panama City right now, but I just want to tell you all exactly how these earthquakes will unfold. Alright, so I'm doing a reboot there. Let me just go to Grenada there now. Let me go back to Grenada. Alright, we're going back to St. George's in Grenada. Grenada is surrounded by waters, guys. As you can see, they are surrounded by waters. And in a few days, I will be telling you all exactly about Grenada and the history, true history of Grenada, the true history of Trinidad, and the true history of all the Caribbean islands. Alright? Alright, so if Caracou, not far from Grenada, says, I am actually not seeing Caracou here. Alright? Caracou is absolutely not visible here. I see Hillsborough. Anyhow, as you all know where Caracou is, right? I'm not seeing Caracou, but it's alright. But anyhow, guys, the earthquake now, or the tsunami, come down the islands. Alright, let me say the tsunami coming down the islands, coming down the islands, coming down the islands, coming down the islands. It's coming down the islands. It comes down to Sates. It will wipe out Grenada. Alright, Grenada will be wiped out. But when the tsunami reach places like Guave, alright, Guave in Grenada, the tsunami will begin to slow down. So the tsunami now will slow down when it reaches Guave. So when it reaches Guave, the tsunami will slow down. It will slow down. And when it reaches places like Grand Riviere, I think it's Grand Riviere or Grand Roy or Concord or Brazan, when it reaches these places, forget Grenville and these places, when it reaches places like Grand Roy, it will begin to go even slower, and when it reaches St. George's, it will stop. It will stop for about, let me say it will stop for about 3 minutes. Then the volcano here, alright, those volcanoes offshore George, I think it's St. George's, I can't remember what the volcanoes are, but those underwater volcanoes, guys, will begin to erupt. And when it erupts now, there will be another tsunami, which will merge with the tsunami behind here. Alright, so the tsunami that will be behind here after it stopped, alright, Grand Mal, after it stopped there, and then it comes slowly to St. George's. Let's look where the mouse is and you will learn more. Look where the mouse is, guys, and you will learn even more. When it stops to St. George's, then kick them Jenny, kick them Jack, and kick them John. I'm not sure the names of the volcano, but I'm speaking from the spiritual preference of Elohim here. Alright, so St. George's is where the another tsunami will begin. Alright, and remember I told you all that the volcano relies at the depth of 300 feet. So the depth of 300 feet is where Kingdom Jenny is located. The core of the volcano is at 300 feet deep. Alright, for Kingdom Jenny is 300 feet deep. Kingdom Jack, I think, is about 400 feet deep, and Kingdom John is about 500 feet deep. Because Kingdom John is a combination of all the elements of what is in the two other volcanoes. So there will also, as I said already, there are methane gas, mud volcano, and lava. Alright, so the three volcanoes, underwater volcano in Grenada will also contribute and help the process of the mega tsunami that will also be generated as well. So when the Kick Them Jenny, Kick Them Jack, and Kick Them John explodes, guys, yes, it will generate a tsunami, and the tsunami, this piece of island called St. George's, will break off, and the water that gather a little way behind St. George's, it will now merge with Kick Them Jenny, Kick Them Jack, and Kick Them John water that generated the tsunami. It will merge, and then now it will begin to move again. That's the reason why, guys, for the small earthquakes, alright, is in order to build the tectonic plates in a certain alignment. Alright? Alright, so all these places here will be destroyed. All these places here, St. George's goes right back across, will be destroyed because Indonesia, guys, is Indonesia is on this side here. On this side right here will be the Indonesian tectonic plate. Alright? So the tsunami now will spread from left straight across to right, and it will destroy everything coming down the island chain. Alright, so this will be around, let me say, this will be around 4, let me say about 4:30 in the morning. Alright? Because since the tsunami will begin at 3 a.m. Between Panama City and Caracas, 3 a.m. right? Then by 4 o'clock, the tsunami should reach. Let me see. The tsunami should already reach Grenada. Sortes coming down, destroying, wiping out places coming down. All right, all those places will be destroyed coming down. All right, and by 4:30. 4:30 in the morning time, 4:30 in the morning, make sure you take notes of every single thing that I speak over this live, as it will be a reference for future events which is to unfold within the next 7 days. Alright, so guys, as I was saying already, about 4:30 in the morning, alright, the other tsunami will generate, and it will merge with the 3 a.m. tsunami from Panama City. Alright, we just zoom out there to come down the islands. So while it's coming down the islands, it will continue to generate, it will continue to build. Alright, so while it's coming now, modulate from left to right. So when the tsunami reaches Tobago, because this is Tobago here, it will end up Scarborough. Alright, so all these places here called Castora, Bloody Bay, Charlottesville, Ugal, whatever, Scarborough, in Tobago, Crown Point, those places will be destroyed. Alright, now the water will not stop Scarborough nor Crown Point. The water will be coming because there's no tectonic plates here which will build in order to build a new tsunami or to cause a merge or anything like that. So at this point we have at least let me see, at least we have at least let me see, at least 7,000 feet of water. Let me just say 7,000 feet. So at least we have 7,000 feet of water now. Alright, 7,000 feet of water high. Alright, I'm just giving you all a reference. It could be more, it could be less. Alright, as I said already, I don't want to scare you off the live. So when it reaches after Scarborough and the tsunami destroys Scarborough, then it will begin to slow down again. The tsunami will slow down. Right here, where you see this orange dot, that is where the tsunami will slow down. It will come to a sort of halt, but not a fast halt, but it will slow down. The water will begin, the tsunami will begin to slow down, but it will begin also to generate another mini or another major tsunami will begin to generate when it reach here. Alright, when it bounces off the mountain of the northern range, the water will go back and pitch back, or the water will actually when the water bounces back on the northern range, because this is this will be, oh my gosh, I never showing you all, this will be the northern range right here. Right, this will be the northern range, this will be the mountains and everything. So right here the water will bounce back here, alright, because there's no earthquakes happening here to cause any sort of separation between Diego Martin and Marval and Port of Spain. That is a different alignment or different thing that will be happening there. All right. So we're talking about places like Maracas Bay. All right, the water will generate and it will stop off these mountains. You see these mountains here? They don't want to tell you it's a friggin' mountain, but guys, this is a mountain. Mountains here that I'm showing you all here, right? Remember I told you all that the tsunami is from left to right. All right, it's left to right. All right, in a line coming down the road. When the tsunami reaches about here, so all right, about here, the water will bounce back. The water will bounce back because there's nothing here that will there's nothing here that will allow the mountain to fall or the mountain to sink or the mountain to melt. There's no sort of activity going on there as of right now, but there will be a sort of bounce back from here. It will bounce back from here. And then now the water now will go back onto this tectonic plate. Alright, when the water goes back onto that tectonic plate, then the wave now, it will swing from here. Remember I told you all, when the water lashes Diego Martin side or Maracas side, the mountains will block the water from coming on land. Right, the mountains will block the water from coming on land, so that means that the water now will bounce back and it will hit this tectonic plate where earthquakes happen here. And when it hit this letter here, which will be I can't remember what letter it is right now, but you will see it in the drawing just now. When it hit this letter here, guys, then the water, the tsunami now will swing a different way. Understand what I'm saying? When the water swings a different way, that is how the water now will be swinging now to go this way. Alright? So when the water now goes this way, now remember it was going from side to side. Remember I told you all it will come to a halt, and then the wave now will hit the mountain on the northern range, and then now the water now will split the water in a certain way where the water now would not be in left to right position, but it will be in an up to down position now in towards Cuperano, right? All right, so you see all where earthquakes happen here, right? Those are tectonic plates, additional tectonic plates Yahuwah set up in order for the water now to bounce this way, Cuperano way. So all here will be wiped out, all right? And when the water reaches Cuperano, right? When the water reaches out here, see right here, when the water reaches out here, the water will come to a halt, and now there will be the 8.5 magnitude earthquake that will happen off a Cuperano and the Maturin plate, which is right here, of course. Okay, all right. So when that happens, Cuperano here, the 8.5 magnitude earthquake will happen here. The magnitude earthquake now will help. It will help to break off this entire piece of island here. We'll just bring it on here. So this entire piece of island that you're seeing here, right, by Cuperano and what's the other place? Casane. All right, those places will be wiped off the map because this piece, Cuperano, is connected to the whole of Trinidad. Cuperano empowers the whole of Trinidad together with Maturin. Maturin is the epicenter of Venezuela as well as the epicenter for the Caribbean, for the entire island of Trinidad and Tobago, and a piece of Grenada, which will be St. George's. You hear what I say? So St. George's, alright, is part of that tectonic plate alignment. Alright, that's the reason why it will stop and it will build again. Now the Caribbean islands, guys, is we're looking at the wrong thing. The Caribbean island is on one major or one active tectonic plate, but because of the tectonic plates are in alignment in a specific way in order to create an atmosphere of major quakes. So where we see this orange here, where we see this here, this Seeing shagaramas, I know what I'm doing there, but that can't be shagaramas. Alright? Can't be shagaramas. But I'm seeing shagaramas. Can't. Alright. Alright, so that can't be shagaramas because shagaramas is quite up here. Alright? But where you see this orange or yellow circle here, where you see this while actually pointing out to you here, this is where a major earthquake happened recently. I think it was a 5.5. all right, now earthquakes are the invention of the creators. Yahuwah is the one who is moving the tectonic plates in a specific alignment. Please take notes of everything that I speak over this live. It will be very important that you take notes of what I teach, all right, so that you could learn, that you could know exactly you will no longer be deceived anymore of anything that will be happening around the earth. So who can hear will feel according to what the song says, all right? But as I tell you all there will be another day where I will teach even more depth things. Yeah, so as you can see right about now, we are still live. Right now we are still live. I don't want to let you run away from the live. I have a lot more to teach you all. I have a lot more to teach, guys. A lot more to teach. Alright, so I want you to sit tight. Alright, sit tight. Alright, we won't go too long because I teach a lot. I teach a whole lot here right now. As I was saying, I teach a whole lot. I don't want you to run away from the live at all. So as you can see, right now, all those who are laughing can laugh, all those who send an angry face. Alright, so as we can see right about now, this is the destruction of the Caribbean, destruction of Trinidad. This is the 8.5 magnitude earthquake. Yes, that will happen off Cuperano tectonic plate and the epicenter of Maturin at 5:23 p.m. on a day, on a noon, on an evening, on a beautiful evening when everybody's enjoying themselves. That is when it will occur. That is when it will occur to the audience. It will occur on those timing. As you can see in the drawing right now, let's just take a look at the drawing. Alright? Let's just look at the drawing. I can able to bring it up to 2 places at the same time. Awesome. To the audience, let's look at where the drawings are. The drawings are accurate. Look where the drawings. F is actually Cuperano. G is Maturin. E is Polama or Polema. Can't really pronounce the name that right. But just look at where the drawings are, people. Look where the drawings are. You know, make a judgment for yourself. Archangel Samuel is right of everything that he's telling you. I don't need to make
this world has so much turmoil and strife. tears. Tears of tribulation, out of frustration, of futility, of anxiety. People falling, teardrops falling, crying, crying. The whole a river of tears, river of tears, river of tears, crying. The whole a river of tears. All right. Politicians living it up. Institutions become more corrupt. And destitutes on the street. Infants with simply nothing to eat. Disarming, alarming, droughts and famine. The overlords and the chosen few, making the whole world. Tears caused by agony, tears caused by tyranny, for the many slaves, like the falling, people falling, teardrops falling, people crying, crying. The whole a river of tears, river of tears, river of tears, river of tears, crying. The whole a river of tears. Capitalism and apartheid, communism on the other side. Every system have their axe to grind, bringing despair to the human mind. Disruption, destruction, invasion, assassination. Government troops and government spies putting water in people's lives. Tears in Ethiopia, in South Africa, tears in Afghanistan, Pakistan. People falling, teardrops falling, people crying, crying. The whole a river of tears, river of tears, river of tears,
telling the master, give me a walk with Peter. If I some sinners coming, with them I go be dealing. Because the things that they do me, I want to fix them personally. Peter wait, Peter look Cecil Rhodes by the gate. Peter look the Englishman, we send Cecil Rhodes to Africa land. Peter take Drake, take Raleigh, but leave Victoria for me. Peter, I just don't care what you say, but Mussolini he can't get away. Why? I'm burning and I'm burning and I'm burning and I'm burning. Blazing, 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 blazing. Burning and I'm burning and I'm burning and I'm burning. You don't know the pressure that I do from these madman and woman. I feel the full weight of the hand. They need the oppress law. They never care about the poor. That these people had a day. Well, now it's time for Stalin to play. Peter wait, I say Peter wait. Peter look Ian Smith by the gate. Peter want to make fuss. Remember I want Christopher Columbus. Peter look the English woman who in South Africa refused to put stamp. Peter, I just don't care what you do, but Reagan going in the fire too. Why? Blazing, blazing, blazing. Burning and we burning and we burning and we burning. Take me now. Peter, don't grudge me. Your hand done full already. You done deal with the Führer. The imposter. But that woman Mary, remember that's my baby. So much confusion that she make. You got to give Black Stalin a break. Peter, wait, I say Peter, look, voter reach by the gate. With voter, I don't want you to waste time. Remember, we still have Morgan behind. Peter, English woman who send foreign troops in Africa land. Peter, I just don't care what you say. The Ku Klux Klan man can't get away. Why? Blazing, blazing, blazing. I'm burning and I'm burning and I'm burning and I'm burning. Catch me. Burn them, boy. Coming, coming, coming. We burning and we burning and we burning and we burning. It have plenty more coming. They call them from overseas, but leave my low-key. During the lifetime, they were so unkind. So much corruption that they make. Now it is time they must feel me way. Peter, Peter, don't hold me back. Look, the one we drop the public order. Peter, look, catch that big bag. Bury my money down Panama. Peter, Peter, look, the woman who bring foreign troops in the Caribbean. Peter, I just you do, but go ahead going in the fire too. Why? I'm burning and I'm burning and I'm burning and I'm burning. Blazing, blazing, blazing.